name is Al Chase, for those who don't know me, and I am doing the annual public hearing for the Fiscal Monitor. This is the annual update for the 25-26 school year. Okay, so the agenda is really, the purpose of the public meeting is to inform the community as to the recommendations that are being made for the 2025-26 school year, items that have been looked at carefully, and recommendations made for items that I believe should be put into place during the next school year. There's been a five-year forecast initially done, and now last year Mr. Wilson updated that five-year forecast in conformance with the requirements of the law, which required that it be done by September 1st of each year. I was very lucky, very fortunate that I got it from Mr. Wilson in June of last year, and I know that the next one, the update, will be forthcoming as well. So tonight I'll make new recommendations regarding the 25-26 school year, and then give everyone, the board first, of course, and then the community opportunity to comment. And then, you know, as a result of those comments, some revisions may be made. So what we're going to do tonight is to provide an update of findings and recommendations of myself, the Fiscal Monitor, to elicit the district's perspective in terms of those recommendations, and to receive comment and input as to the report. Just for anyone who's online, the comments and so forth may be sent to the Wyandanch address there, and then comments on the report can be sent to me care of wyandanchmonitor@gmail. Okay. After the presentations if completed, I'll open up the hearing for questions, as I say. In-person comments from the Board of Education, followed by community comments, any electronic comments that may come across, and then any other online participants. Anyone submitting a request to speak will be afforded 3 minutes to present their point of view, and speaking requests should be submitted to the district clerk as well. Speakers will be called in order that the request was received by the district clerk. Okay, so in terms of statutory requirements, really the reason that I'm here today is because Chapter 18 of the laws of 2020 called for the development of a 5-year fiscal plan for the district. It also required the monitor to develop and present a series of recommendations on an annual basis. The school district, as I previously alluded to, is required to annually develop and update a 5-year financial plan for both revenues and expenditures, and do so by September. The interim business administrator, Mr. Wilson, presented that plan last summer and is again updating it to reflect recent developments, which would include changes in staffing, changes in state aid, and overall financial conditions. The updated recommendations have been developed and forwarded in advance of this meeting to the Board of Education for their review and comment this evening. Current legislation requires that a public hearing be held on the annual proposed plan update to inform and consider the input of the school board and community, and that is the event that we're having tonight. Should the situation is such that under the legislation, should the Board of Education disagree with any of the recommendations, the legislation requires that it respond in writing to the New York State Commissioner of Education, stating specific objections, and doing so will trigger the entire report to be opened up by the Commissioner of Education. If the Board of Ed accepts the report, as well as any agreed to amendments or changes that may occur tonight, that there will be a resolution presented for the next board meeting to have the board formally approve the plan, and if that is done, then the commissioner will in turn approve that as well. All right, so just a little change that occurred over time is that initially these reports were done in November of each year, and then the timeline was moved up to July. The timeline being moved up to July makes a lot more sense because it gives the school district the entire school year to implement those recommendations, whereas prior to that, you were short almost a half a year, which was not a good thing. So we've now completed the 5th year of independent fiscal review, and as any issues arise, they're looked into, research and investigations conducted, and appropriate assistance is provided to the administration and Board of Education. The annual updates are informed by interviews that I hold with internal and external groups, which include district staff, independent auditors who work with the district, the State Controller's Office. The State Controller also, by the way, reviews the budget and has to give its stamp of approval, and it's not due to fiscal monitoring. It's really due to the fact that the district has deficit financing, which now has only another 5 years to go. And so any school district that has deficit financing outstanding is subject to an annual review of the budget by the State Controller. And then finally, with the Board of Education and the community, ideas arise as to what recommendations might be put forward. So just to look back at the what's now ending, the 24-25 school year, in June of 24, a year ago, a number of recommendations were submitted, and previous recommendations that were not fully implemented were also addressed. Over the past year, I worked closely with the interim superintendent of schools, the business office, and other administrators in the district to complete work on those recommendations that was still in need of implementation. And I also meet with outside parties who are able to assist the district and continue to do so on a regular basis. In terms of financial and operational district accomplishments over the last year, the financial and operational aspects of the Wyandanch schools continued to improve in the 2024-25 school year. And the district will again finish the current school year with a positive fund balance from operations. I can't give you a number on those right now, but we certainly will finish in a positive cash position. And for the fourth consecutive year actually, the district has received a credit upgrade from it's either Moody's or Standard & Poor's. Generally, it's one or the other, and we don't receive ratings changes by both at the same time. But we've come quite a ways in terms of our credit rating, which is a very good thing. That's because we've got a positive cash position. We're paying our bills on time. There are really no financial issues currently regarding the district. And what that's going to do for us, now that we are going out for a bond, I guess shortly, for the Early Childhood Center, what that'll do for us is that will allow us to borrow at cheaper rates. And that's very important, certainly. So just to give a little credit to the gentleman to my right here, Mr. Wilson continues to strengthen operating procedures within the district, which result in greater efficiencies as well as financial savings. The monies that we've received over the last few years from the American Rescue Plan, ARP, are being used to carry out repairs and renovations in school facilities. Unlike a lot of other districts, we did not commit large amounts to continuing operations, meaning that we didn't take the federal money and hire staff that's going to be with us for the next 20, 30 years when we knew the money was going to run out in a few years. Certainly that was a very wise decision by the district to try to concentrate on one-shot items, ones that you don't have to repeat for a period of time. And as a result, we've put in overwhelmingly majority of claims on that right now, and we have a few construction projects that are outstanding. Once those are finalized, the billings for those can be submitted, and hopefully Washington will honor them. And that's a big hope. The budgeting processes have been greatly improved with greater building accountability in the whole budget development process. We had meetings, even though the budget is done already. There was an extensive meeting held as late as today regarding staffing and the budget and so forth. And then lastly, as I mentioned before, the Early Childhood Center project has been approved at the state level. It's now out for bids. My understanding is that the time for bidding is going to be slightly extended because of the fact that there were so many interested parties. So the more interested parties, the more competition, the better it is for Wyandanch. Continuing that theme, while there's no financial shortfalls anticipated in the next few years, it's important for the district to maintain good financial stewardship. What I mean by that is that we have to continually keep track of what's going on in terms of our revenues, that they're sufficient, what's going on with taxes, and that we are keeping expenditures in check. So, that has to certainly continue going forward. We can't slack up on that at all. And the fact is, Wyandanch is very dependent on state aid. We get over 80% of our money from the state, so our fortunes are directly tied to those of Albany. I mentioned today to somebody, I forgot who already, I think actually the superintendent, should a lot of these Medicaid cuts go through and the state have to pick up those costs, well, it's got to come from somewhere. And, school aid is certainly a possible candidate, so we have to keep our eyes on that. And like I say, for those school districts on Long Island who get 10% of their money from state aid, it's not such a big deal. To Wyandanch it is, because as I say, 80% of our revenues are coming through state aid. So it's very important, and it's something we need to continue to fight for. All right, so in the 24-25 year, recommendations were developed for implementation. These recommendations were made to assist the district in conforming to best practices, as well as maintaining continued fiscal and operational stability. The superintendent and myself meet with the state ed department on a quarterly basis to share progress in the implementation of the recommendations, as well as giving the superintendent the opportunity to tell Albany about the successes of the districts and any issues that we are facing. So we're in constant contact with them. I am on with Albany. I have a monthly meeting, and then we also have meetings among the 4 monitors in the district, soon to be 5. We do that on probably about an every 6-week basis, and it's very helpful in terms of sharing ideas. Okay, so In terms of this report, the recommendations for the 25-26 years, there's two types of recommendations. There's one that used the term shall, which means that these are required to be implemented by the school district. There are others that say should, which are recommendations that are not mandated, but are strongly encouraged to be done. Okay, so now we'll get to the meat of the matter. New recommendations for 25-26. First recommendation is that the school district shall consider the feasibility of establishing a new capital reserve for the purpose of funding future construction projects. The capital reserve fund that we set up mainly to do the ECC as well as some health and safety items, we were able to fill that pot of $15 million in a little over 2 years. It's a good way for school districts to pay for capital projects and not necessarily doing it out of budget and not doing it by having to issue a bond to the community, because a bond, as you know, will saddle the community with debt for the next 20 to 30 years. You can't, we can't put $100 million in a capital reserve. We would be very lucky if we were able to do that. We put much smaller amounts, but they serve the same purpose. They will enable the district to move ahead on many capital projects that are still needed, and things that are in the 5-year building condition survey, which is really the guidance that we live by in terms of making changes. It'll tell us priority items. If there's a roof in one building that needs to be done within the next few years, there are other projects that are nice, can be done on a longer term basis. But this will allow us to put some money away in order to carry that out. So what I'm asking is that the district look at putting together another capital reserve with specific projects in mind. Okay, also the second one now, due to a decrease in enrollment, I guess when I originally came here, we were at 2,800 students. We're a little over 2,400 students now. The district really should, shall, in conjunction with its architects, conduct a space analysis to determine the number of classrooms to be available in the future and make recommendations for possible alternative uses, such as community spaces, possible relocation of administration, and so forth, just to name a few. Third recommendation is that the policies and practices pertaining to the Extra Classroom Activities Fund, ECAF, shall be updated and be effective prior to the opening of school in September 25. And those procedures shall be in conformance with all laws, rules, and regulations of the State Education Department. We've had some issues with the Extra Classroom Activities Fund, and we want to get those squared away. So that's the idea there. The next one is that the school district shall utilize the findings of a transportation study to inform future decisions regarding district transportation, efficiency in operations, and the maximization of state aid, and formulate a long-term plan for both, for such. What we have right now is we have some areas that could be considered child safety zones, meaning that the thoroughfare or the railroad tracks can be considered to be a safety issue, and that is the reason why we transport the students, and we know that is the reason why we transport students. However, because they live within a certain distance, they may not be aidable. We would, by having these areas declared as a child safety zone, we'd be able to get state aid for those children, even though they're less than 1.5 miles or 2 miles, in order to get state aid. So a transportation study will help us with that, as well as to understand future expenses. Next recommendation is that the Board of Education on an annual basis shall conduct a goal-setting meeting of the district by no later than September 30th of each year, with the evaluations of those goals done in the following June. It would set up tangible goals for the school district, and then at year end, the board and the superintendent would revisit those and be able to say, yes, we accomplished them, or yes, they're in implementation phase but not finished, or for whatever reasons we were not able to accomplish that. But it's setting up something concrete to be able, that the board will be able to say that has been accomplished during the school year. Next one is another study that the school district shall engage a food service consultant to conduct an analysis of the food service operation and present that to the nutrition committee no later than March 15th. The idea here again would be to look at the offerings that are being done in the schools in terms of food to the children, the efficiency in the operation or lack thereof, and what could be changed to make it a better program. I know, a food service director is very good, but there are always things that can come from the outside in terms of making improvements. The cost of doing that would be very little, and, the potential benefits certainly would be great. Next item is that the district shall issue a request for proposal for an energy performance contract as a way to upgrade its HVAC and lighting at no cost to the taxpayer. So how an energy performance contract works is that you contract through what's called an ESCO, and I don't even know what that stands for. I can't think of it at the moment, I'm sorry. But anyway, they would deal with an ESCO to get a energy performance contract wherein the company goes and looks at all our use of energy, what's efficient, what's not efficient. And they can make recommendations, and they will install items and guarantee that it will be at no cost to the district. So in other words, if we were spending $1 million on heating, let's just say, and I know that's a high number, but we're spending $1 million on heating, and it's because our plant is inefficient. All right, we've got old boilers and so forth, and they will come and say, well, we can upgrade that, and it'll be no increased cost because we would maybe continue to pay that amount of money, but we would get new boilers. There would be other items that would add in lighting, perhaps windows, things like that. We're under no obligation to accept it, but the energy performance companies will come into the district and will do an analysis and will let us know how much money we could save. Certainly, with these buildings getting older, there's more need. There's certainly need in this building for new windows, but they'd be able to do it, and it wouldn't cost the district anything. And what I try to concentrate on things that will have minimal to no cost to the district, that'll add a net benefit to us. Another recommendation is that an ad hoc committee shall be assembled to assess the ongoing impact on the district from the charter schools, seeking ways to counteract the loss of students. I know this was a big item with Dr. Arenstein during the school year, and looking at program enhancements and so forth, things that will encourage parents to keep their children here in the district. And I'm recommending that the committee should consist of trustees, administrators, staffs, and community members, and that that committee be established by the end of October of '25. Another recommendation is that the administration shall develop what's called the budget calendar, a calendar of events that must be undertaken to present the budget, a draft budget, to the Board of Education by no later than February 15th. Most school districts do this. They set that calendar up in September, October, and it sort of looks at all the events in sort of one sentence items to say, you know, October 15th, the business office will start to meet with administrators about capital projects for the next school year. Or the budget process will begin by the business administrator sending out dollar amounts to the buildings and having them allocate those. The whole idea really is optimistically that the budget be put together by the business office pretty much in very early January, which gives the opportunity for the business office, the superintendent, the other administrators to meet together to discuss this, come up with a final draft project, and then present that to the board by mid-February. It creates a very orderly process for dealing with the budget and gives sufficient time between the budget being presented to the school board and the time at which the vote is conducted in mid-May. So there's ample time for discussion, revision, and so forth. Next item is that the district shall prepare annually a corrective action plan, which is a response to the independent audit that's done every year. Mr. Wilson recently did that, and the board approved it. What should be done, what's required by the law, is that by January 15th, that report be sent to the state controller. It's just really a response to the findings. The auditors are always going to have findings about certain operations or certain expenditures, et cetera, and so on. And what the corrective action plan does is it gives the district an opportunity to respond to that. And then it's just put on file in Albany. But, you know, the timeliness of that is important. And, you know, recently that was cited as a violation to the fiscal plan. So that was submitted. We're all up to date now, but that needs to be continued in the future and continued on a timely basis. Next item is that the district shall work with its outside contractor to maximize its reimbursement of Medicare-related service expense. As a school district, we provide services to students that are, Medicaid, I said Medicare, that are Medicaid eligible for reimbursement. We've been getting about $150,000 a year, which I believe is very low because I've worked in a couple of districts that were pretty well off, and that was the amount they were getting. So my belief really is that the district can do better in terms of reimbursements because we probably have a population that is more highly Medicaid eligible than some other districts on the island. And I know that may require some additional assistance to the special education office. I've had that conversation with Mr. Baldini, but I think there's money there that's really there for the taking at this point, but we just haven't had the resources internally to do that. Next item is that the Board of Education shall engage an experienced consultant to develop a self-assessment mechanism to evaluate itself annually. I had some correspondence with Mr. Morris over the weekend, and I understand there's a tool. I know that there's a tool in place, but there's a difference between it being in place and it being used. One thing that I think that the members who were the trustees who were at the September meeting, the retreat that was held, I think you're all in agreement that it was very useful. It was very helpful. In fact, I heard a couple of trustees remark that, oh, we should do this on a quarterly basis. And probably wouldn't be a bad thing. I mean, it was, it started off good, and then it just never happened. But I think you all found it to be a very useful experience and a very helpful experience to be away from the board table and discussing items. So I would encourage that be continued into the future. Next item is that the school district shall make every effort to recruit a qualified and experienced facilities director. I know there are, a number of legal issues that are out there right now. Of course, those all have to be resolved first. A district of this size with the number of buildings, with the number of facilities issues that we have, with the number of staff, really need to have a facilities director in place. And so, and I realize, as I said before, we need to get whatever legal matters are still hanging out, get those resolved, but soon thereafter, pursue that position. And I also have the business officials shall work with appropriate staff in the business office to develop a calendar of bids, which allows for a formal and orderly process for the procurement of goods and services. Even the professional services, we are required to do an RFP every 5 to 7 years. There's been quite a bit of turnover in the business office, and I don't think anybody, without doing a lot of research, be able to tell you when was the last time we did X, Y, or Z. That also encompasses making use of all state, municipal, BOCES contracts, federal contracts that are out there. And I know we use quite a bit, but expanding that as much as we can would certainly help the district. All right, and then finally, the district website. The district website serves as a primary means of communication between the schools and the community, and as such needs to be accurate and up to date at all times and reflect all district events and activities. I'm recommending that each school or office should be responsible for reviewing its own information on either a bi-weekly or monthly basis, whichever is more practical to do. And I would like to see this in place by September 1. You look at the website, I've gotten so many complaints from people at the state education department about items, things not being on there, meeting notices, other kinds of events, the fact that we now have a new superintendent, that, I know that's only very, very recently gotten onto the website, but that needs to be done, especially, in this day and age when it is the primary means of communication. It's the primary means by which people know about what's going on in the district. So that's the recommendations for the 25-26 school year. I had recommendations from previous years that are still in need of implementation. I hope to have a discussion with the board about those, not tonight, at another time. I have to say that last year's recommendations, by and large, I think just about every one has been put into place, either fully implemented or partially implemented. So that was, very, very good. And I mean, that's really it. So, any questions, comments?
Really quickly, yes.
Sure.
One last thing as it pertains to the website. It would behoove the district to find a new vendor rather than having to issue tickets and whatnot in order to update the website. The district needs to figure out a way on how we're going to do this internally. So I think that that may be an addition that can go into the report, since I'm told that any requests to update, you have to go through some database and wait 2 or 3 business days. It's not good.
That I don't know about, and you know what, I want to keep my recommendations um, generic or general in terms of what's said. I don't feel it's my place to say, oh, we should go for another vendor. But if that's part of the process and that's the way the district decides to go, then by all means. I don't know the ins and outs of how the website gets updated, nor do I want to, to be very frankly. So, anyone else? Nobody? Okay. I look at that as a positive. Okay, thank you very much.
Ready? Call to order. Moment of silence. Stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May be seated. Motion to adopt tonight's agenda. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My apologies.
Okay. All right, so roll call. President James Crawford.
President.
Vice President Shamika Brown. Here. Trustee Shirley Baker. Trustee Kathy Corbin. Here. Trustee Felice Holder. Trustee Letitia Walker. Trustee Gerard Morris. Present. That completes the roll call.
Roll call. Motion to adopt tonight's agenda. Morris first.
Brown.
Brown second. Any questions? Comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 6-0-0. I'd like to welcome everyone to tonight's special meeting. Thanks for coming out and joining us. At this time, reading of the mission statement. Inspire the passion for learning and educating all students to achieve their full potential. At this time, we turn it over to the superintendent. Motion for executive session. Morris first, for the purpose of personnel. For the purpose of personnel. Morris first. I'm sorry, who's second?
Brown.
Brown second.
Mr. President, let
Yes,
me
sir.
say something before we go into exec. As it pertains to the accessing of 14 teaching positions and 1 neighborhood aide, since the resolution reads that that's due to budgetary reasons, I will not entertain a conversation about that in executive session, since it's not specific to a person. And thus, any conversation on that topic under the law should be held in public. Because I have a lot to say with a little bit of time.
Any other comments, concerns?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is legal team?
We should be cool.
When I spoke to the attorney today, she said she wasn't notified of the meeting until late, and she wasn't asked to come.
I would recommend that you call and see if she's able to be copies. And as it pertains to personnel, money, budgetary items, accessing, firing, hiring, etc.
Duly noted. Any other questions? We have a first and second on the floor. Any other questions, comments, concerns? First, second. Okay, first, second, sorry. All those in favor, opposed, abstaining? 6-0-0. Executive session at 5:53. So turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Apologize to keep you waiting. Just want to start off with our high school. I want to give them an opportunity to talk about, discuss some of their needs with the new with their master schedule as they've been planning, and then we'll work from there. Thank you. And just know that we had an extensive conversation in executive session about master schedule and how we've went about putting the plan together this year. So I just want to give Mr. Sibley's and his team an opportunity.
Good evening to the board. Good evening to our superintendent. And I want to just say we're thankful for the opportunity to just share and allow to hear our current status and where we would like to go. And I compliment the board, those of who were involved with this decision. You know, just to know we have a clear focus on our kids. So we thank you for the opportunity to share the critical needs of both the high school as well as the district. It's a clear shift towards new path moving forward where the focus will be on children. This presentation is not intended in any way to discredit any colleague. Rather, it's in an effort to present key facts and request the necessary resources to support both the high school and the district. It is essential that the curriculum and school needs drive our budget. Before we get into the master schedule, we just want to give you some of the root cause as to the needs of our district and what it takes for students to really learn. Trauma. Many of our students and staff are significantly impacted by the personal trauma. Providing the necessary support is crucial for fostering improvement. A bilingual counselor is necessary for our non-English speaking students. We had one psychologist with 400 students when I first started at the high school. We're now over 800 with one school psychologist. This impacts the CSC process. This support influences both student and staff attendance as well as the overall work environment. Addressing this issue is one of the primary reasons I brought the counselor app into the district, where students and staff could speak to someone 24 hours. Having firsthand experience with the effects of trauma, I felt it was essential to intervene and prevent the situation from continuing its current trajectory. As some of you have heard before, when I stood here and I shared an experience in my office, one time in October where I had 4 young men in the span of 15 minutes to 15 to 30 minutes sharing how they wanted to commit suicide. I really didn't take it as serious until that day. And then furthermore, we had surveys where the students were sharing their trauma experiences. Our next issue is attendance. Attendance has become a critical issue within our district. This is not only a high school concern, but it's a district-wide challenge. For the past 3 years, I've requested the establishment of a truancy officer. Although it was budgeted twice, it was never implemented. We later requested an additional attendance officer, which was similarly budgeted but unfortunately disapproved by the board. Strengthening this area is vital if we hope to achieve meaningful change. The current system is problematic, particularly as our attendance data is often inaccurate. We need an attendance team committed to systematic improvement. Establishing such a team would send a strong message that regular school attendance is a priority. Our students' performance will improve when they attend school at least 90% of the time. Currently, we have over 820 students enrolled at the high school, and the attendance is reflected in Infinite Campus as approximately 80%, according to our current system, which is inaccurate. This is below state standards. So attendance needs to be a clear focus. Students don't attend school, students will not learn. So we need to really change that culture. Teachers. Teachers are most important to student performance, both in and outside the realm of the classroom. They must be equipped with the necessary tools and resources to effectively teach our students. Ongoing professional development is crucial to providing educators with the tools they need for success, especially for our subgroup population of E&L and special ed. We cannot allow classrooms to exceed 25 students, particularly when the majority of our students are level 1s and level 2s. Small group tiered instruction is essential, especially for students who require remedial support. We did not receive our after-school program at the high school until very late, 2 months ago. That is a strong need in the high school. After-school programs are essential to meet the necessary needs of students. The majority of our students enter the high school with an academic proficiency at levels 1 and 2, which is 90% of our incoming students. At this level, according to the state, the high school is doing the brunt of the heavy lifting of the district. To truly support educational equity, our high school urgently needs a full-year after-school tutoring program. Our student body, predominantly Black and Hispanic, and from low-income, high-needs household, faces significant systematic barriers that contribute to the persistently low proficiency rates across all areas. These learning gaps will not close without intentional, sustained academic support beyond the school day. A year-round tutoring program provides consistent, personalized instruction that many of our students cannot access elsewhere. This initiative is not just about raising test scores. It's about creating a level playing field, restoring opportunity, and affirming our commitment to every child's right to succeed. I urge the board to approve the program as a concrete step towards real educational equity. E&L is an area that we need to support. A Saturday academy to teach literacy is essential. We requested a reset program. In case you don't know, we don't like to suspend kids at the high school. Our high school urgent need of an alternative to suspension. As a low-income, high-need school, serving predominantly Black and Hispanic students, our current one-size-fits-all disciplinary approach, suspension, is failing to address root causes of behavior and disappropriately harms the very student we are meant to uplift. We're requesting and proposing the RESET program, a tiered in-school restorative discipline model that holds students accountable while keeping them connected to school. Based on the level of infraction, students will engage in targeted behavior models and restorative circles during lunch, creating space for reflection, learning, and growth. Only the most severe cases would result in suspension. This approach aligns with educational equity efforts and aims to dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline by replacing punishment with purposeful intervention. I urge the board to support this transformative step toward discipline that heals rather than harm. So at this time, we're going to transition to our master schedule, but the master schedule wouldn't be as relevant unless we touch into these root causes of what's impacting our kids, our students. So we thank you as we transition to our master schedule, Ms. Key.
Good evening, everyone. All right, so Ms. Kane has given you each a folder that I prepared that includes information on some of our pathways. You'll have a copy of our current master schedule with the number of students that are enrolled in each course at this time, along with the special education paper as the last sheet in the packet. All right, so when creating the master schedule, as Mr. Sibley's had mentioned, we wanted to remain student-centered. So we wanted to ensure that there were seamless schedules as best that we could for all types of students. So when creating the schedule, I took into account our E&L population and where to place courses based on their attendance and things of that nature. Our P-Tech students have specific courses that they have to take, which we'll address as we're going through the master, but that is something else that was in consideration. Wilson Tech, our AM and PM students. UHS are our university and the high school courses where students earn college credits through Smart Scholars. Our honor students, our CTE students, general ed students, so forth, so on. So as you can see, there's a lot to take into consideration when preparing this for the best way for all of our students. We want students to, of course, have to actively participate in the scheduling process. So on the counseling side, we gave the students, we opened their portal where they were able to select the electives that they wanted to take. That way, we would continue to raise school engagement, improve the school culture, and ultimately improve attendance, because if they're taking classes that they want to take, they come to school. And then last, we also wanted to get ahead of the proposed Portrait of a Graduate by offering our 9th grade students financial literacy. So we've started that process as well. As far as our current standing, so as of today, these are the current statistics of the master schedule. All 9th grade, 10th grade, and 11th grade schedules have been populated and locked. That is where you see the 90% of completion rate, and the last 10% are just our seniors who don't have full schedules and things just need to be truncated. So at this time, you have a pretty much a fully populated Infinite Campus master schedule. This schedule is based on passing grades, so schedules will need to be adjusted based on student needs after we get things such as grades, Regent scores, summer school, etc. Some things to consider when reviewing the master: our general class size is set at 25, which is a New York State mandate. Our lab science class sizes are at 24, because that is how many seats actually fit in the classroom. Our ICT classes are a 60-40 split, so keep in mind when looking at the class sizes that there would be 15 general ed students and 10 special ed students. Also keep in account our lead teachers, our union president, there are different things. So every teacher isn't necessarily teaching 6 in order to make it cut and dry. Some program considerations would include our AIS Regents Prep that are also included on the board. So they might not have students in them now, but we have to wait on things like our 8th grade scores to come over to fill it based on the need. Repeaters, of course, as I mentioned, and then the litany of student courses that we offer and programs that we offer. So PTEC, UHS, Smart Scholars, our newly implemented AP class, our CTE classes, our science research class, consider our English language learners and our SIFE students. We're also trying to put things in place for our SIFE students, special education, and our Wilson Tech students. Okay, SIFE, for those who don't know, sorry, just in case, those are our students who have interrupted education. So they may have come over here from their country and may not have went to school since, let's say, 3rd grade or things like that. So we have to prepare for them a little bit different than we do, for our students who have been here in the country. All right. So the first sheet in your packet has the graduation pathways. We just want to keep in mind that as we're creating courses, scheduling courses for students, that we're opening up these pathways for them. At this time, I'll go through each one. So we have our arts pathway. This is something that we're working on to bring more in the future. However, our studio and art class, which is a foundational course, is now being offered at 1 credit instead of a half to make way for other courses that students can take in 10th through 12th grade. Our CTE and technical education pathway includes our courses like barbering, computer repair, and oncoming cosmetology. CDOS, that works usually pretty well with our work study students. The BOCES, you can earn that pathway through BOCES or CDOS development. The civics pathway is being addressed through the Seal of Civic Readiness, which is something that we are in the works with starting as well. There have been some meetings this year, and that should be coming on, I believe, next school year. Our humanities pathway is the pathway that is required for every student because they take their Regents exams at the culmination of the class. So that's kind of the most common and the kind of automatic pathway if you're not choosing another one. Our STEM pathway, we offer with some of our college courses. We offer all of the math courses that students need to fulfill this pathway, and our PTEC students also fulfill the STEM pathway. And then our world languages would include students taking the Checkpoint B, which we do offer. So those are just a look at the pathways. So now to go through the schedule, I won't keep you up here long going through every single page, just why I gave it to you in the packet. But just note that in the yellow, you have highlighted the number of students that are currently in the course. For English, courses that say reading and writing strategies or literary skills and strategies, those are our AIS and Regents Prep courses. And then some courses that have 2 lines with highlights could be our ICT and our Gen Ed together, so that you can see the total. For math, the same, our concepts in math and our math skills are the AIS and the Regents Prep courses. I've included the business line at the bottom for our new business teacher, and then you have highlighted where you see the need for the teachers. Same for science, we are in need of a biology teacher. Applied Science Strategies is the AIS Regents Prep course, and that's it for science. All right. Social Studies, it has 2 spots for Regents Prep and AIS, and other than that, you just have all of the general codes and how many students are in each class, and there's a need for a social studies teacher as well. Next would be ENL and LOT, language other than English. So you see the need at the top for our ENL department, and the lower half of the page has our need for our LOT department. We are in absolute need of a Spanish teacher. I want to say that again, we really need a Spanish teacher. And then last, we have our health and our JROTC electives. Oh, and you have your electives on the next page. There was a line allotted for an art teacher due to the class changing from half credit to a full credit. And then last, again, we have health and JROTC. So in total, to summarize, there are 9 TBD positions that are needed to support the students' request and their needs in order for our building to function the way that we need it to seamlessly for the next school year. Thank you. Humbly submitted, Ms. Key. If anyone has any questions, I'll take them at this time.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I just want to emphasize on something here. So you say you're in need of what teaching positions at this moment?
1 English, 2 math.
Hold on, I'm gonna take a picture of this.
Gotcha. It's in your package.
Got it. So because this is gonna help me when I look at these 14 teaching positions that the district is proposing to cut. Good enough. Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other questions? Why, thank you for your time. We have worked really, really, really hard on this schedule, and I do want to note that this is the earliest that the schedule has been completed since at least I've been here. And we really wanted to make sure that this was in place so that you guys did have the information you needed in order to, fight for our teachers and make the right decisions. Dr. Lau? So that would look like our class size is increasing astronomically. That would look like our teachers teaching 7 periods unwillingly. That would look like our students having substitutes for long periods of time, which I have seen, working in the building when we went through our fiscal issues before. This isn't our wish list. This is what we need in order for the building to function. So, yeah. Sure. Yes. Which class? That's the AIS course for English. So there's no one in there now because we haven't received the scores from the 8th grade assessments in order to see where they fell and then see who to add in there. Oh. Yeah, AIS is our academics intervention services. For right now.
And just a point of information, Ms. Key, thank you for the presentation to
Absolutely.
the high school team in general. We don't have the total teachers needed page.
Okay. I'll get that.
Thank you.
And if you have any further, after you look through it, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'll answer it, anything. There are some low enrolled courses, but a lot of them may have a reason why. So just feel free to ask. We can talk about it. All right. Thank you.
That's Miss Key. She's been working with me for the master schedule for quite a couple of years, and we just let go and let her have the reins, and she did a phenomenal job. As we're talking about teachers, we know things are tight. We're aware of those things, but I don't think in every way we shouldn't ever compromise the needs of the students. We try to make it reflective on the report that we provided today. And we're hoping, we'll be able to make this work somehow. We don't want classrooms, as I indicated in the beginning. We have about 90% of our kids that transition to the high school from 8th grade who are level 1 and 2, right? That's way below the state guidelines. And so kids need a lot of services when they come that low. All right? So we want to make sure we have the proper tools in place to really move them. You can't move them really with, 20, 30 kids in the classroom. That's a challenge, right? It's a true challenge. So again, part of how we can combat this issue is our after-school program. Now, state mandated that we have AIS, Academic Intervention Services, for English and math. So we got to do the best we can to ensure that, we do have the personnel in place. We want to share with you as well our band and our chorus, our music department is really growing. And we're growing at a speed that we have to be ahead of it. And our students, through music and art, is able to receive scholarship to the next level. So I wanted to give the greatest band leader in Nassau in Suffolk County the opportunity to just share a little vision. Mr. Liddy.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I don't want to be before you long, but I do want to start by saying thank you. Thank you. Sincerely, for me and the behalf of my students, who I have been fortunate to become an honorary father to, although I am on the way to have my own biological child. The program now has an honorary sister on the way. All right, so let's start with, thank you, brother, I appreciate that, thank you. So I just do want to start with some of the amazing things that we've already done, right? Going to DC and going to Connecticut and being in these performances in which there are over 100, 200, 300,000 people involved. We've been on the national stage. We've been fortunate to be on NBC and ABC, and literally nationally recognized with students that are playing at an elementary school level. I have been fortunate to pull on every aspect of my expertise in order to create the program that you've seen. Now we are in a position in which students, as Principal Sibley's so eloquently stated, have an opportunity to go to college on a music scholarship that have only been playing for a year. We have students that have now fallen in love with music that have only been in the program for 3 months. And to know that we've been able to do this in such a short time makes our future that much more exciting. So though we've had the success as currently constructed, our program is not sustainable. I have essentially run this program alone, with the help of 3 major ed coaches that I pay out of pocket, and that I have a personal relationship that have been willing to essentially work with our kids per diem 3 times a week for 2 years. Yeah, every day. Every week for every month of the school year. All right. I do want to preface my comments by stating that there have been many active and open discussions and efforts about making some of these things happen. So I do want to thank ahead of time Dr. Kwan, Dr. Jordan, Dr. Havisham, even Dr. Wright, and some board members whose children I teach that also understand what we're trying to do, and that the students deserve to have a program that's sustainable with or without me. All right. So the first need is securing instructional staff. One of the things that many of us noticed that went on the DC trip is that there were groups that were half our size that had about 4, 5, 6 times the amount of staff. Yeah. So this will just increase the quality of education because more students have access to be educated, right? And then we can now split our kids up into small groups, into large groups, into instrument-specific groups and things of that nature, just increasing the amount of education that's given and the amount of time that we have. I have also been subject to sacrifice my lunchtime and sometimes being after school 4 to 5 days a week in order to accommodate students' academic schedules because they can't have band. Believe it or not, about 30 kids in the band don't actually take my class. So I teach them during their lunch periods and I teach them after school. Having an instructional staff will help us heighten, again, the quality of education that they're receiving because more students are being educated. The second thing is a band camp. A band camp. We have been invited to 6 shows already for next year. And to clarify, we're not just kind of going out and performing. There's a design process that takes in that. Right now we're talking about creating formations and a numbering system that's specific to the amount of kids that we have so that there are no music delays and phasing delays and coming up with a show theme and things of that nature. All of these things are very exciting, but it takes manpower to do. And I have been very gracious to do what I've been doing, but I've reached the point in which I can no longer do it alone. All right. So again, just going to the 2 points of needing to secure the instructional staff stipends, and then creating a band camp in which we can have that design process. We can prepare for things like the Newsday Marching Band Festival that we've already been invited to for the 2nd year in a row, and so that we can represent our district properly. All right. Thank you so much.
I want to thank Mr. Liddy. As he said, he's been doing this by himself for 2 years, all right? So he's young, you can see that. but he needs help. Before we close, I just want to thank Dr. Lyle, assistant principal, being here, working real hard at the high school. We want to thank Ms. Kane. Ms. Kane supervised the CTE program at the high school, been doing a phenomenal job. And as we continue to grow there, these are the things when we're talking about attendance that's allowing kids to come to school. I know our students have shared some things with you already about the CTE program. We're letting you know it's working, it's meaningful, it's changing lives. We have one young man who bought a home already. Yeah. And, got a car and is just doing really well. So that's what the CTE program is doing. We thank the board once again for supporting this endeavor. Thank you. Have a good night.
I just want to thank the high school for coming out this evening and sharing your needs and desires and wants, and we appreciate your time. That concludes presentations this evening. Let me just, while I have you here, I don't know, Mr. Liddy, if you plan on leaving right now, but just to let you know that August 5th, National Night Out, we would love to have the band out that night. So. Okay. Absolutely. Appreciate it. Thank you. Want me to just go? Just moving on to resolutions. In terms of administration, there are no administrative resolutions this evening, so I just want to turn over to personnel and Dr. Havisham.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Personnel B1 is a revised revision for the appointments of the 3 positions below.
Question. At the last meeting, the question was on the floor as to if whether or not 2 out of 3 of these positions are in the budget. We did not receive an answer as of yet, so I would restate that question.
Yes, for July 1st, these positions are in the budget.
Got it. Second question. Letter A is being paid or coming in to this position at step 2, while B is at step 1. Why is that, even though it's only $1,000 difference?
You know, Morris, Trustee Morris, I'm not sure. I know it is correct, but I do not remember why at the moment. I did look it up. Well, the year of service, etc. Yes, but there's something else, and I can't remember why. But she is at the right step, step 2.
Letter A has been a non-competitive position in the district for some time, and now we're hiring off a civil service list. So, for example, the position that Letter A once held did not require a civil service test.
Exactly.
Yes, it was exempt from a civil service test. So if we're now paying them at step 2, then there needs to be some justification as to why when they're being hired off of the same list.
So do you want to pull A, and then I can give you for discussion, and then move forward with B and
it can
C?
go through, and then the board would just probably have to revise it once clarification is given, but
What would you like to do? What would you like to do? Yes.
it can go through, but then, then you just have to, at a later date, vote, entertain a resolution to revise, such. It's only $1,000.
So, are you voting, or? Okay.
Any other questions? Those in favor, opposed, abstaining? 6-0.
Personnel B, 10B2, Elevate Summer Program Appointments.
First, Walker, second.
Morris.
Moore, second. Questions? Those in favor, opposed, abstaining? 6-0.
Personnel 10B3, MLK Summer Program Appointments.
First, Walker, second.
Morris.
Moore, questions? Those in favor, opposed, abstaining? 6-0.
Personnel 10B4, Abolishment Neighborhood Aid Position.
First,
Morris.
Moore, second. Brown, questions? Those in favor? Pardon? Those opposed? Abstaining? 6-0.
Personnel 10B5, one elementary school position abolishment, elementary school teacher.
First, Walker, second. Brown, questions? Those in favor? Opposed?
Morris.
Morris, opposed? Abstaining? 5-1.
Personnel 10B6, the abolishment of 2 ESL teachers.
First, Walker, second. Baker, second. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed?
Morris.
Abstaining? 5-1.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I have a question
Yes, sir.
to the administration and really to the Board of Education. Now, we're accessing 2 ESL teachers, English as second language, with a district that has a very high population of students that need ESL services. It is a proven fact that over the last 12 years, our enrollment has increased over 40% with respect to this population, and we are accessing 2 teachers in this area. So I would like to place a motion on the floor to reconsider this resolution.
Motion on the floor to reconsider.
Just a quick question. I would ask that the administration speaks to how they plan to address the gaps due to budgetary concerns
and how our lead teachers will be used to step in and fill those gaps for this very crucial population.
Looking at the number of students that we have that are classified or identified as needing the service, we see that we still have enough teachers, enough E&L teachers to provide the service to that population. So that was the only reason why it is being proposed this evening.
Motion still on the floor to reconsider.
Mr. Wilson?
We're on number 6.
Oh, I thought that was voted on. Okay, I'm sorry. When number 7 comes up, you're re-entertaining number 6, ESL?
Yeah, I have a motion on the floor to reconsider personnel resolution number 6. In a school district with 58% of our students.
Would I be able to make a comment? So, as we've looked at NICE SLAT scores, we've looked at checkpoint, and we started to look at the data from our E&L children, and I've worked with Mr. Vaccaro. Dr. Jordan has been part of the process looking at data. What we're noticing is that we definitely have room for growth in terms of improvement in E&L. One of the things that we've discussed, 2 things. The first thing is in terms of instruction, right? Our E&L, just as we talked about the need for continuous professional development, right? Because of the influx of students, but we do have the right number of teachers to handle the population. It's also about effective instruction and support for the teachers through professional development. One of the things that we've looked at is the amount of English that is being spoken in the classrooms versus Spanish, right? But we also have other children we have Haitian Creole population, and we also have a minority of Chinese, right? So even though we have challenges in terms of language, we have to start doing some professional development on the gradual release of language for our students. So, for example, the first 3 weeks or 4 weeks of school, it will be 90% Spanish, 10% English, etc. And then we start to decrease the amount of Spanish and increase the amount of English. We definitely need some professional development and support there. We're also looking at technology. How can technology support the language barriers and the challenges that our students have, right? So there are so many ways that students, if we have in a classroom a student who speaks Chinese as their first language, a student who speaks Haitian Creole or French as their first language, or Spanish, each student can find a different way to use technology to help support the language needs. The second aspect is professional development on clustering classes. So we have different levels of our E&L students, and the culture of the district has been to keep the entering and emerging, the students who just came into the country together, and then we have the more advanced students separated in another class. So we've been starting to bring in the conversation about if we cluster them into where we have a mix of lower level and higher level with in command of the language, then we can have less sections of classes, but the children can use each other to raise the level of language, right? And so, but there are so many reasons why this can be challenging, and we hear the teachers, and we've spoken with our lead teachers, and so professional development is definitely necessary. So I think in tandem with looking at how we restructure the way we look at our E&L curriculum and how we give the supports to the teachers for that instruction in the curriculum, I think we're going to see much more gains. I'm very confident because the teachers are also very eager for that support. So, but in terms of raw numbers, we have the right amount of teachers per for the ratio of students. But there definitely needs to be support and more talk about how we're using curriculum to help bridge that gap.
I do have a question regarding number 6. As Dr. Kwan said, all the ESL classes are covered. If these 2 positions are reinstated, what would their assignment be? They wouldn't have one. What would their assignment be? In as much as
If I might.
be assigned, have been assigned.
Just as you think about that response, I think what makes the Board of Education in total uncomfortable is the fact that accessing teachers when we function to educate people through teachers is a very uncomfortable concept. Our language, other than English speakers, are a very important population in our district. Our families are extremely crucial, and we want to see all those areas develop. But if our cabinet, if our superintendent and our administration have succinctly summarized and told us that these 2 areas are not needed because they've restructured, they've revisited, they've reshaped, then I don't think that we should go against that.
And one of the reasons some of the ESL positions would no longer be needed next year is because it seems like in years prior, including this year, these students were in ESL classes and they should have been in bilingual classes. Next year, they are in bilingual classes.
So have we hired those bilingual teachers or posted those
we
positions?
didn't hire them, we've had them all along.
Okay,
They
step
just weren't
one.
being utilized as bilingual
Now,
teachers.
Number 2 is, and thank you, Dr. Kwan, for the background information that you gave. However, the resolution said due to budget reasons. Also, and one thing that I want to point out too is that there is no requirement for any E&L teacher to speak in a language other than English. They are required to teach students in English and how to immerse themselves into the English language. Okay? That's one. If we're going to then look at bilingual pathways, so be it. But I'm looking at what our data says. I'm looking at what our population says. And there's a clear need for it. Now, with an increase in enrollment in students, we can't say, oh, well, everyone has been placed. No, we increase class sizes in order so that we can then make these necessary cuts. The population is increasing at an alarming rate. If that's the case, we would not be looking
Increasing
to
ESL class sizes didn't happen. In fact, the district, even in 25-26, at the middle school and high school level, is providing more E&L support than is required. I'm not saying it's not needed, so it's still in there. Again, I don't know where that information is coming from about.
So then, is this necessarily due to budget reasons, or there's no longer need for the position?
This was not a. These positions are not. These positions are being cut based on those students who are in need of E&L services have been assigned the appropriate number of sections needed for that service.
Okay.
And then some. And even with that, we have too many currently on board.
So then that would mean then that if we're saying that enough students have received the services, or we have too many teachers rather than the need of students to receive the services, we can't say it's due to budget reasons. It's a simple fact we have too many teachers.
Well,
So if the resolution
should be worded, could be worded
so the
differently.
resolution is that would say to the public and to myself as a board member that if we keep these 2 teachers, we may be facing a deficit in that area. If that's not the case, and it's based off of the fact that what is now being said is the need of professional development, the need for this, that, and the third, not the need to save money, then I'm not voting in favor of this.
Again, that's why I asked. That's why I asked, because again, if these 2 positions were retained, they would not have an assignment. There's no place for them to go.
I think, though, if I may add, I do believe that it does impact the budget if we keep them on where we're looking to try to ensure. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Not included in the $121 million
So they will not cut out the budget due to financial reasons. Got it. So the resolution should not say that it was determined. First, it said the Board of Education determined. We didn't determine a damn thing. It said we determined that for budgetary and fiscal reasons that these teachers had to be cut. And now when we get to the resolution and I put a motion to reconsider, it is now being said that they're not being cut for budget reasons. So can we please reword this resolution and tell the truth?
So if I might, it might make more sense to pull back the motion to reconsider and just put a motion to make a friendly amendment to those resolutions that are phrased due to budgetary reasons and rephrase it for scheduling, whatever that language might be, and then be more transparent that way if that so suits the board.
So can we have the first and second motion recanted? Mr. Morris, Ms. Brown?
Well, the resolution passed. So we'd have to reconsider and then but make those adjustments under their motion to reconsider.
Friendly amendment.
You can't amend a resolution that already passed. You have to reconsider it according to Robert Rules of Order because it passed in that current state. You get what I'm saying?
So motion to reconsider Board of Education 4, Board of Education 5, Board of Education 6 for the purpose of language change of.
Should that be for all of them though? 6, 7, 8, 9? Yes, then they all will have to be.
But we have to reconsider 4, 5, and 6 because they were approved.
Reconsider those.
So the motion on the floor is to reconsider
Walker.
4, 5, and 6. Walker. Second.
Morris.
Morris. Questions for reconsider of 4, 5, and 6 for language change? Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 4, 5, and 6 for reconsideration with language change. And Mr. Wilson, what is that language?
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
And Madam Clerk, I'm going to go on the record. Okay? I'm going to go on the record. And I'm going to say this. The Board of Education has not been provided with a list of the persons who are associated with these resolutions. We only hope in good faith that the union is vetting the list. I don't know who received letters saying that they'll be losing their position. I don't know if it's being done by way of seniority. We don't have a seniority list in front of us. What the Board of Education is doing in entertaining these resolutions, we're saying, hey, we're going to allow you to bring this to us to cut. Now, I really done got half of the truth out. That is not for budget reasons. So we understand that part, but we're going to cut these positions out of whatever need, and we're going to hear about that in a few minutes. But these positions are no longer essentially needed, so is a feeling at this time. But the district or the Board of Education has not been provided with the necessary paperwork that it needs to even consider these resolutions, because we don't know who they are. We don't know if the union vetted the list that say, all right, these persons should be accessed. And if you go back to 2019, when over 20 plus teaching assistants were accessed, numerous teachers were accessed. The Board of Education received a list, you see the seniority list, and it was signed by the union and the district to say that the list was vetted and these are the people that need to be accessed. So I don't know what in the world we are voting on, what we're going off of, especially when it was already established that it was not due to budgetary reasons, which the union agreed to under that pretense that we have to get rid of these teachers due to budgetary reasons. Now, here's another thing. The high school principal and his staff presented 9 teaching positions. Now, I'm waiting for us to get to those resolutions because we're going to make some more adjustments. However, they presented 9 teachers who need to remain in the district in the content areas. So I want to see how we're going to act when we get there. But what I'm saying, where we stand right now, we have not been properly presented with this. Because if we were going to continue with it's due to budgetary reasons, Wyandanch School District will be on News 12, like any other school district that made budget cuts due to, in order to avoid a deficit or some type of financial hiccup, which we were not. Only thing the Board of Education was presented with was the option to access 3 administrative positions, which we have here. The rest of this, I don't even know.
Just a point of information, Trustee Morris, the list was vetted with the units, with the presidents and the members, and they were a part of the discussion. What you don't have is that letter or that agreement, which can be provided, but I worked very closely with the unit.
You have the language, Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, I have the language and also clarification, because I've heard it, and that we need to correct it and get it right and get it on the record right. There's a net change overall of 8 teachers district-wide for next year. 19 positions are slated to be abolished, but we're also adding 11 teaching positions for a net change of 8. It's not that so we're not reducing the number of teachers in the district by 14, or we're reducing it by no more than 8 overall. Example being, which ties into number 7. It's 3 math teachers at positions being abolished, not 4. But for sake of argument, we would be letting go 3 math teachers because there's no assignment for them. But the budget called for adding 2 business teachers. It called for adding 3 AIS math teachers. It called for adding 3 AIS reading teachers. Things of that, 1 art, 1 music, 1 foreign language for the middle school. So, again, you got to look, and it probably wasn't presented to Mr. Morris and others perhaps that way, but the fact is, there are 19 positions, not necessarily individuals, but 19 positions slated to be abolished, but we're also adding 11, so the net change in total teachers is about 8. In terms of the language for the resolution under reconsideration, the suggestion would be in the whereas clause, it reads as follows. Whereas the Board of Education of the Wyandanch Union Free School District has determined the number of positions existing exceeds the number of positions needed, and then be it resolved. Section comes in. You didn't see all right, let me correct that. You didn't see a schedule. You didn't see, let me ask this. The superintendent sent out to the board yesterday a review of the schedule, of the real schedule. Did anybody have an opportunity yet to read that? It was an updated document from May 15th. But that review was based on the schedule that's in the system as of June 1st, which is no longer the same schedule that's probably in the system now. If you look at the first page of that handout, English, take the first teacher. The average class size for that first teacher is 15. 15. What the parameters for scheduling called for was it to be between 18 and 25. You have that example throughout that first page, and I stopped looking after that. That is not compliant with what they were instructed to do, not by me, but by the then interim superintendent, going back to November of 24 through May of 25. Now, if the district wants to change the scheduling parameters, you'll get different results. But we are still bound by the $121 million budget. So what they're attempting to do, which was done successfully last year, was blunt what was approved and change the parameters.
Now, I do think that one of the concerns that we have is that, in the past when we had more room, in the budget, we were allowing, certain positions. We were working in excess of, right? But while we no longer have that liberty, we have to be a little bit more frugal in terms of the number of positions we have in each department. So I do believe it is consistent with budgeting as well. And so it's we're being impacted by the budget, and we have to make these decisions also. It's not just because of the fact that we have more teachers than we need. We have more teachers than we need, and keeping those teachers will impact our budget negatively.
A good example that you will see if you were to look at their real schedule, staying with English, I'll just deal with that. What they're not showing you on that handout, English 9, for example, is a section for, it's English for 9th graders. There's one period that only has 5 students in the class. You just don't. You don't.
And I think. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
I have an issue with that, and this is where I put my administrator hat on. I'm a high school administrator, and I'm preparing my 9th grade English class, and we're doing it throughout the year. I don't know my full schedule of 9th graders coming in until the scores come in from 8th grade. So I will have to make a projected schedule to turn into the curriculum and superintendent, and knowing that there will be more entering into that classroom. What number at which section we don't know until the scores are in. If it's honors, if it's remedial, if it's AIS, if it's whatever, we won't know until the scores of the middle school come in. So the 5 number is a projected number based until the scores of the 8th grade come in.
Oh no, they have all potential incoming 8th graders.
But you said potential. Is the difference between
all the 8th graders? If all the 8th graders that are MLO now go on to the high school, they're already placed in the high school schedule.
That's impossible if the scores are not in. And I'm saying
the assumption being made is all 8th graders are promoted.
Right. But all 8th graders are not going to be promoted.
Right, which means the number is higher than it may ultimately be. Based on what you just said. It's conceivable that not all 8th graders will go to 9th grade.
Correct.
But the schedule is saying all 8th graders will go to 9th grade. So if anything, there's a potential for the 9th grade numbers to be lower than what the schedule is producing right now. Correct.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what it's just right. And that's the buffer we call it when you're doing a schedule.
Now, the number of teachers, if I saw correctly, and so I can be corrected by this, was I think 8 on the sheet on the handout, Ms. Key? 9? 9.
So
We have
question,
seven. We have 7 there this year,
question.
and I'm being told it's 9 according to that handout there.
So
So as I explained earlier, when we were in exec session, that as we told the high school last week, let's look at some areas where we can make some cuts, and then we will work to ensure that we are able to fund, some of the additional positions, but
Dr. Wright, all due respect, be careful with the word cut because they're not being asked to cut.
right, so eventually we just need the high school to look to see where they can make these revisions, and then as they scrub, then we will be able to support them with some of the other positions where they are unable to do so. And I think Mr. Wilson has been consistent in saying that throughout the process that we just have to see a finished master schedule so that we can determine what the real needs are. Am I correct, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, by finished master schedule, that would be a schedule that is put forth that's consistent with the courses that were approved to be taken. And yeah, I mean that's it. That's it. And approved to be taken, and class sizes within the parameters that were established back in November, December, and January. That's when I say compliant schedule. That's what I'm talking about. Show a schedule that meets those 2 criteria, and whatever the numbers are based on that, they are provided with. If the schedule based on those parameters requires 15 English teachers, we are obligated to give them 15 English teachers because that's the need of the students. And if number 7 is going to be voted on, the number is not 4, it would be 3 there.
Mr. Wilson, I do have 4 teachers. Initially, it was 5, and we saved 1. I don't know when it went to 3.
On
I
number
have
7?
4 math teachers, yes.
Well, okay, I have it here as of March 21. It was 3. And in the budget booklets that went out back in April, it was 3. But, the high school, if I'm not, well, the high school, according to the budget, is slated for slated for 5, and the Olive School is slated for 5 as well. It's a total of 10. We had 13 positions this year, 10 next year. But I mean, 15.
So,
Is it my understanding, President Crawford, are we pulling the resolutions? I think we need to.
So I think it's a consensus that we do pull it and revisit it.
We're going to pull
Totally? Okay. Mr. Morris?
8, 9, 10,
pull it and don't
11.
bring it back. That's what I'm going to say. And let me say one more thing, which is the reason why you really need to, the board should consult with your attorneys before you get sued, is that the Board of Education can only abolish positions due to economic reasons. The Board of Education does not have the authority to excess positions. The Board of Education can only abolish positions due to, if the commissioner have said, sound economic reasons. So since there were not economic reasons brought up, it was due to various other reasons, then the administration should be presenting these resolutions, these persons to be excess, not the Board of Education has determined. We have not determined anything. And if the union was to appeal to the Commission of Education, Commission of Education may restore these positions. Happened a few years ago in the district, I'm going to say around 17 years ago, with 3 or 4 administrative positions. But the Board of Education does not have the authority outside of fiscal reasons.
At this juncture, now that the budget has been approved, if the positions are not abolished, the budget is out of balance. The positions during budget development time were not abolished or recommended for abolishment because of finances at all. I think we've talked about that earlier. But now that the budget has been approved, with these positions excluded from that budget, if they are not abolished, the budget is out of balance.
So we can pull it back in the table, because 4 of them passed. 4 of them passed already. So we got to reconsider those.
Okay. So we still have a motion on the floor to reconsider 4, 5, and 6 for the purpose of tabling. Walker first. Brown second. Any questions? Those in favor, opposed, abstaining, 6-0 to reconsider 4, 5, and 6 to be tabled at a later date. And the motion to table 7.
Point of order, Mr.
Yes, sir.
President. We entertain a motion to reconsider. That passed.
Yes.
Now we have to actually entertain those 3 resolutions and make an action.
The table.
Yeah, but that's 2 separate votes.
Yes, sir. That's what I was getting to. So motion to table 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The director we can move on, correct?
10 is last of the teachers,
So, but
and then 11 goes into the administration.
okay.
11, 12, 13.
So, motion to table 4 to 10. Walker first. Brown second. Any questions? Those in favor, opposed, abstaining, 4 to 10 table. Yes, sir.
I would like to entertain a motion that we table personnel resolutions number 11, 12, and 13.
Motion on the floor to table 11, 12, 13 for the purpose of later discussion.
Until the administration will come back with a resolve regarding these 3 resolutions, as those resolutions will be vacant.
Motion on the floor, is there a second? Number 11, 12, 13 for the purpose of administration. Mr. Morris, repeat that, please.
Yes, the administration is supposed to be giving us an update regarding at least one of these resolutions, as the person who holds the resolution is gainfully employed elsewhere now.
Oh yeah, that's right. We were supposed to. I think it's personnel. Just to see if So 11, 12, 13 for discussion and review. Table. Is there a second? Walker second. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 6-0. 11, 12, 13 table for further discussion.
Mr. President, is there any direction to administration regarding these positions? Because again, the state monitor is here, so I have to say this. That's $2.9 million that we would be out of balance. Is the board saying to staff to find that 2.9 million to restore
sir.
these and bring
I'm sorry.
the budget back in
We're just
balance?
waiting for further information to act on it.
I don't know what that means.
So
Somebody break that down for me.
Mr. Business Official, I think what the Board of Education is attempting to do is be in compliance with the budget that was set forth as a projection and work with this proposed new master schedule in compliance with the revisions presented by Dr. Wright. But I think the majority might not be comfortable with voting on the resolutions as presented. So I believe what the board is asking for is another special meeting to be convened to take the appropriate action to remain in compliance. I believe that's what the Board of Education would like to do.
correct.
Is that correct, Chair?
Correct. Yes, yes, ma'am.
I think, Trustee Baker, what we need to do before then is demonstrate our compliance to our budget and to our tax-paying voting citizens, that we do hold these truths very, very close and dear to our heart, and we want to do what's right. And so everyone needs to have the appropriate information to take the appropriate action with their vote. That is the intention of the Board of Education.
Let me say this. At the last meeting 2 weeks ago, these resolutions were to be presented to the board. I was fortunate to have support in pulling them before they even made it to the floor and was adopted in the agenda. It was said 2 weeks ago that at this meeting there would be a plan and a full explanation regarding from administration on this particular matter. And I'm not understanding how we still don't have it down together. So when are we going to intend on having this special meeting? Some of these positions have an effective date of June 30th. So when do we plan on having this meeting? When 2 weeks, the administration was given 2 weeks to get the story in order. What are we gonna wait till next year?
I think the better
Next
question
month?
is,
I didn't propose it.
I think the better question is, when can the Board of Education be briefed on the information to help them make a better informed decision about the level of excess or lack of excess, so that we can remain in compliance before the special meeting is prior to the reorganization meeting of July 1.
I think that will be a Dr. Wright question, as he will, gather all the relevant stakeholders to the table, and we have a discussion so that we can present this in a cohesive manner for the board.
Yeah, Dr. Wright, maybe the high school can answer. When are we going to get the revised Infinite Campus schedule? I don't. Is that this week?
Yes. So we will continue meeting with the schools. We will have the information that we need, and then we will provide an update, and then we can schedule, the special meeting. Yes, definitely prior to July 1.
Yeah, if that information is available tomorrow, then a review could be done and completed Wednesday for a meeting Thursday or Friday or Monday of next week.
Yes.
Yeah, take into consideration the moving up ceremonies. There are graduations this week as well.
Well, I say the board can always meet like they did last year to bring on the interim superintendent after graduation. If we're all at graduation, I'm sure we can go and have a board meeting afterwards. But my issue is that can work too. We can have a board retreat somewhere. But the issue at hand, though, is that the district has had well over 6 months to present a plan. This was not presented during budget season. But yet we're saying tonight that decisions were made well in advance of budget season. It is now being presented at the end of the school year in the month of June. And all we're asking for is how do we come to this point, give us an explanation, show us where to allocate all this other stuff, and we still can't answer it. But I'm just going to hold my peace and let him fight my battle. And I'm going to vote no.
Personnel 14, resolution 14.
Personnel 10B14, 25-26 boards appointments.
First, Walker first, second. Corbin second. Questions? All in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
Personnel 10B15, high school 25-26 lead teachers appointments.
First, Walker second. Questions?
You said 10B16?
15,
Okay.
1-5.
Sorry.
Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
Personnel 10B16,
First, Walker second. Brown. Question. Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
personnel 10B17, which was discussed in exec session.
First, Walker. Second, Brown. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Morris. Morris opposed. 510.
Personnel 10B18, appointment of the social worker for MLO.
First, Walker. Second. Corbin. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
Personnel 10B19, I would like to request a friendly amendment for it to reflect 2025, not 2024, summer feeding program appointments.
Morris. Morris first. Second. Brown. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
Personnel 10B20, request for child care leave without pay.
First, Morris. Morris second. Brown. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
Personnel 10B21, I would like to request another friendly amendment. The day should be Tuesday through Thursday, not Tuesday and Thursday. This is the summer attendance teachers appointments.
First, Walker. Second, Brown. Questions?
Yes, question. As it pertains to their contract, this is in alignment with the union contract, or would they like to work Tuesday through Thursday, or do we need them to work Tuesday through Thursday?
We need them to work, this is a typo, and they usually work Tuesday through Thursday.
Okay, so now what exactly would they be doing for those 5 weeks?
I'm going to ask Dr. Jordan to take that.
They will be working to verify attendance from the school year, as well as to develop district-wide attendance procedures and protocols, so that regardless of what school a child attends, the attendance protocols and procedures are the same.
as well as protocols for home visits and protocols for follow-up with social services, depending on attendance data.
Quick question, do they have the right to say no to this or no?
They were asked, and all three of them said yes. They did have the right to say no, and they chose not to.
And there's no disagreement with the union in terms of the rate?
I believe this is actually higher than what they would had we done the contractual rate of pay, since they're all fairly new.
So one of my concerns is, one, and it's not against anybody, but we have a director of people personnel services. And if, when it comes to policy development, procedure development, that should come from that person and not attendance teachers or someone who's in administration. They should definitely be at the table when it comes to such discussion. But when it comes to putting in policies, structures, and procedures, that should come from someone who is in administration, especially knowing that they work year round. Because these persons have to then follow the directive of their supervisor, but instead they're developing it, and I don't know even what involvement their director would have in it, but it should be
So
the director.
Their supervisor is actually the one that requested this, and if you look in the backup, she sent the first letter of recommendation. It is for the four of them to work closely and develop this together. You're correct, Trustee Morris, they have invaluable input. And as you may recall, she has not been with us for quite an entire year yet. So this will provide the four of them time to work together without the daily stressors of completing daily attendance tasks and to collaboratively develop those procedures and protocols.
All right, Dr. Jordan, the reason I was asking about the hourly, I just want to make sure that the WTA is okay with the 45 and not 50. No, you were there.
I will be quiet as well because it's grant funds and they're finite.
Funding source is irrelevant. WTA is okay with the 45.
We heard him loud and clear. That's going to go into the record. Seriously. No, he doesn't. We see him. Jessica noted.
Personnel 10B22, consultant.
Walker first, second, Brown second. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
Personnel 10B23, resignation.
First, Walker, Brown. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
Personnel 10B24, appointment.
Morris,
Okay.
Brown.
Okay.
Question? Those in favor?
It's as it pertains to the date of service. Particularly the ending date. I believe since this position, the position that the person did hold was brought before the board to abolish, access, do whatever with it, that the person should receive some credit in that area for the time that they served this district under these circumstances.
We'll make an amendment to that, and it'll read, effective July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2028.
Thank you, sir.
Technical correctment. And then this is a probationary appointment?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, if It's the intent to do a probationary appointment that needs to be stated in the resolution at a salary of whatever.
It's
With
there.
a probationary appointment, I guess, of whatever.
It's there.
It's there.
I'm looking at A,
10B24.
10.24 under the letter A is,
Look at the final sentence on.
yeah, is in the final year of probation. And this is, I'm not gonna repeat what I said it and do what you do. Those are a probationary period dates, a 4-year probationary period beginning July 1, 2025, ending June 30, 2029. I think
So
that's,
included where, President, Crawford? He wants it where? It says receiving a probationary appointment as a classroom teacher or administrator. So where should? Yes. Okay.
and in terms of giving credit, I don't know how that, I mean, I wish council were here to speak to it, speak to a number of issues actually. But, this is a new tenure area for her. Yes.
So
So
what
I don't know why, I don't know if I don't believe the credits, quote unquote, are transferable from the old tenure area to this tenure area.
So while it may not be transferable, the tenure and that conversation is at the pleasure of the board and superintendent of schools. Superintendent of schools can give somebody tenure the second day in the district, and the board can say, all right, we stand with you on that one. So someone does not necessarily have to go through all 4 years.
If the superintendent wanted to recommend that her probationary period be 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, certainly that's within the rights of the superintendent.
He did. He said 28.
Then you're back to rewriting the resolution because the resolution says 4.
But it can be a friendly amendment. Isn't that what you requested, Dr. Wright?
To make the probationary period number of years.
To
3? So July 1, 25 through June 30, 28.
Yes, noted.
And I will add that, in accordance with that union contract, that the position of director or assistant director is is lateral with that of a building principal. So this is actually a step down. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? No. Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
Personnel 10B25, pull for discussion to revise the language.
25 is pulled.
Just, although Miss Ernestine Sweeting isn't here, I just would like to say congratulations to her on her appointment this evening, and we look forward to her continuing to serve the district.
Mr. Wilson, business.
Business C1.
Yes. Could we get some background information? Is this for the summer feeding program?
Yes, it's the program for the staff you already approved in the personnel section.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Now the program's approved to operate.
Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
Business C2.
Walker first, second. Brown, questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 600.
Business C3.
Walker first, second. Brown, questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is the new company.
Replacing the one that was met on the agenda last meeting that I pulled.
Got it.
Yeah, this is the new company replacing Broadspire, I believe.
Yes, and it's much cheaper, huh?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me bring back the new resolution in clean form. It should be a cost savings to the district.
Any other questions? Those in favor, opposed, abstained?
Good evening, Board of Education, colleagues, and guests. Support Operations Number 1 is an addendum to the previously approved contract for GP management to extend the Getty Photography Program through the August 18th summer months for students, at the middle school and high school to be held at the Milton L. Olive Middle School. This is completely funded through the Title IV grant.
Question. Yes, with it then becoming a new school year, how can we roll over a contract past one school year rather than issuing a new contract for those summer months of that year? Since the books would have to close.
The grant is through August 31st of 2025, so the fiscal year for the federal grants is actually September 1 to 8/31.
Got it. So can we at least add then that this is grant funded?
Yes, request to do a friendly amendment funded through the Title IV grant.
So there's no, not coming out of general fund. Thank you.
Any other questions? Those in favor, opposed, abstained?
Support Operations Number 2 is an amendment to the previously approved contract with Logic Wing Inc. to add one more AI module for teachers. This will also need a friendly amendment to state that it's funded through the Title IV grant.
Morris.
Second. Brown. Questions?
That concludes support operations. Thank you.
Motion to table it for further discussion in light of legal advice and review.
Mr. President, really quickly, there's one item that popped in my head while I was sitting here that we need to go into executive session to discuss. It's a tenure item where someone may get tenure by estoppel in the district. The 30th of June. Pardon me? And that's what I want to ask when we get to exec too. I don't think it'll take 15.
Motion for executive session.
Morris.
First, second. With the reason for tenure.
Employment of a particular person.